I am hearing a little bit of that feedback. Yeah, a lot of the feedback. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, that should not happen. I'm using the mic appropriately. Boy, that's fun.
We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We are told that the alarm's about to go off, but can we get a motion to go into closed session as stated in the agenda?
Motion to go into closed session as stated in the agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are in closed session. We'll call this meeting to order. The Orange County Board of Education pledges to its citizens to conduct its business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and its citizens. The board asked its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy towards both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed before each meeting. In addition to the moments of silence, the board will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be certain they are either turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruptions of the meeting. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'd ask everyone for just a moment of silence. All right, thank you. All right, we'll start off with recognitions.
Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, members of the board, Dr. Jones, and everyone gathered here tonight, including very, very many special guests. We just have a couple really interesting dates on our calendar. One was the start of the traditional calendar on August 25th, the first day of classes on the traditional calendar for 12 schools in Orange County schools. And as you can see from the abstract, I'm going to summarize quickly so that we can move things along. There were many wonderful events that helped us mark milestones on the way, and we really feel that from looking at the way our community has engaged with these different dates, there were lots of lots of new benefits conferred to our community. The Back to School Fair on August 9th, the first ever in Orange County schools, engaged many, many families. We had staff presenting all day. It was a wonderful experience, and not only were the resources offered that day available to our students, families, and community members who came through, but we also had 24/7 access through the Back to School Guide, a rich resource that became the most popular web page used in Orange County schools this year. On August 18th, the Stars of Education Conference was truly a groundbreaking experience with every single staff person invited to join. Members of the board were there, community partners were deeply engaged, and it was a day full of professional learning to energize and unify our learning community in a whole brand new way. And so huge congratulations to everyone who organized that and to everyone who participated as a presenter or in any way. The Beginning Teacher Institute and Teacher Workdays took advantage of the 2 weeks before school started, and there was a lot of wonderful networking and professional growth going on there as we got ready for the peak in the week before school, which is open house on August 21st. Thousands of folks came out across our schools to make sure that they had everything that they needed. And again, we felt like the organization and the whole experience of getting ready for the school year has been very, very positive. And on the first day of school, August 25th, a wonderful day, and every report that we've had so far is that the start of school has been wonderfully smooth with many great things happening across our schools. We strongly encourage folks to follow along at orangecountyfirst.com and the social media networks, which these feeds are growing in all of our schools. We can say that we're watching new schools come online every week to offer new insight into what's happening at their schools. So again, thank you for letting us share that brief recognition on the start of school. And then we just want to raise to your attention on our second recognition that on September 11th, we recognized Patriot Day and the National Day of Service and Remembrance. We're coming up on the 25th anniversary very soon, and so we think about the meaning of these events in the lives of our teachers, as well as the children and families who come to our schools. And we thank you for giving us the opportunity to share these recognitions with you this evening.
Thank you.
hand over to Dr. Lanier. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. As we observe Hispanic Heritage Month 2025, we take this opportunity to celebrate the profound impact of Hispanic and Latino communities on the fabric of our nation. From September 15th to October 15th, we honor the history, culture, and rich traditions that have shaped the United States while acknowledging the diverse contributions of individuals from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. This month serves as a reminder of the vibrancy and strength of the Hispanic communities in the United States. It is a time to reflect on the diverse histories and experiences that have shaped generations, from the early Spanish explorers to the latest contributions in fields ranging from the arts to business, politics, science, and more. As we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month 2025, let us commit to not only honoring the past, but also empowering the future.
Thank you. You're up. Yeah, it's okay.
First, going to be introduced. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mr. Atherton, Vice Chair, Ms. Padilla, Superintendent Dr. Jones, members of the school board, members of our schools and community, including Chief of Orange County EMS, Ms. Kim Woodward. Tonight, we come together for something truly special. I set a time. A celebration of life. On June 5th, the quick thinking, teamwork, and preparedness of our staff saved a life of a 14-year-old student who collapsed unexpectedly in his school gymnasium. With moments, a teacher, Coach Capps, recognized this crisis and called for help. The school nurse, school resource officer, assistant principals, and other trained school first aid responders and personnel rushed to the scene. As Coach Capps cleared the gym and maintained the safety of the student, other staff member immediately took action with clearing the gym and hallways and escorting students to other locations. Others ran to retrieve the AED, the automated external defibrillator, and calling 911. The school nurse quickly arrived, assessed the student, and began CPR. As the AED was brought to the scene, the school resource officer applied the pads, and the device advised and delivered a shock, followed immediately with continued CPR. Our school resource officer played a crucial role in providing real-time updates to emergency responders as they were on their way to the scene. Every minute without CPR decreases survival by up to 10%. Yet, in just 3.5 minutes, all of this took place. And the student regained a sustainable heartbeat and began to regain consciousness. As fire and EMS arrived, they were escorted to the gym, which was about 4 minutes after the 911 call was made. The student had regained full neurological function. The coordinated, decisive actions of this team allowed a life-saving defibrillation to be delivered at exactly the right moment. The extraordinary response shows how every link in the chain of survival matters, and how training, preparation, and courage can mean the difference between life and death. Orange County Schools is fortunate to have school resource officers and a registered nurse in every school, and AEDs in both school and work areas that are not schools. Our school nurses play a vital role in safety by training staff in CPR, first aid, and the use of AED, developing emergency action plans, and ensuring staff are prepared to respond to the unexpected. Because of these efforts, and because staff were ready and willing to act, a young life was saved. David has since made a full recovery, undergone 2 important heart surgeries that will improve and extend his life. His family has received the most precious gift, the gift of life and more time. Tonight, as we celebrate David's life, we also honor the extraordinary staff members whose courage, skill, and compassion made this possible. Becoming a first aid responder within our school settings is voluntary among our staff. We are deeply grateful to all those who have stepped forward. At this time, I would like to recognize John Capps, or Coach Capps, our PE teacher and first aid responder. If you could please stand. Timer. That was 3.5 minutes. All of this happened in 3.5 minutes, and I'm going to tell you this is a record. It doesn't happen in a hospital that quickly. So truly, everything that everybody did, there was no small task. It all flowed very well and allowed everything to happen as it should. Next, I want to introduce Chelsea Rodenser, the school nurse. Rodenheisner, sorry. Chelsea Rodenheisner, I apologize. Elizabeth Webb, who is the school nurse at New Hope Elementary, who heard the call over her SRO's radio, who's around the corner, and immediately jumped in her car to assist. Mar Tolber, our school resource officer. Heather Witherspoon and Wynn Payton, assistant principals at A.L. Stanback. Miss Bethany Turner and Jose Hidalgo, who are teachers and first aid responders at A.L. Stanback. Miss Sherry McKenney, our school counselor at A.L. Stanback. We also have Mr. Joseph Sharp, who could not attend this evening, who's also a teacher and a first aid responder. Please join me in expressing our deepest gratitude and admiration for their heroic actions. Their quick thinking and dedication represent the very best of our schools, our staff, and our community. And most importantly, tonight we celebrate David Gonzalez Rubio. If you don't have tears, I'm shaking right now because this is extraordinary. Just wonderful to see. With us this evening, we have David's father, Rodolfo Gonzalez, who's standing next to him, as well here tonight. As well as his mom and his sister, his mom, Mrs. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez would like to share a few words with us tonight.
Antes que nada, buenas tardes, noches para todos.
I want to say good afternoon, good evening to everybody.
Decirles que estamos muy agradecidos con todos los que le salvaron la vida a nuestro hijo.
We are very thankful for all of you guys that participated to save the life of my son.
Esperemos que siempre haya más oportunidades para más niños, no solamente para él, ¿verdad? Que siga estando como hasta ahora las escuelas.
I hope that this can be like more opportunities for other kids to have like they have, to have the responders like they have. So it is happen again. He will have, somebody else will have the chance to live.
Y muy agradecidos con los profes, con las enfermeras, con todos.
And we are very thankful for, with all the teachers, with the nurses, with everyone here.
Muchas gracias a todos y que esperen que todas las escuelas tengan buenos profes y enfermeras, así como le salvaron la vida a nuestro hijo.
So the mom is saying, thank you so much. We hope that all the schools have all the staff, like great teachers, great nurses, like you guys, they saved the life of my son.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to speak both in English and Spanish. First, I'm going to address to the family. Voy a hablar en español y en inglés. Lo primero, quiero decirles a ustedes que una de las cosas que yo más aprendí de ustedes es la unidad. Trabajando, luchando, todos los días estaban juntos y es una familia realmente especial. I had the pleasure to be with David at the hospital. And the unity and the hard working of this family is remarkable. They juggle working and everything every single day. All of the family members were together with David. I was fortunate enough to be close to the family. And there is, I told this before at another meeting, but there is only one hero in here, and that's David. David, in his 14 years, soon 15, has had 3 open heart surgeries, and 2 in the last year. The first one, he stayed a month in the hospital, and it's remarkable what he can do. So if there is one hero, it's David. That's who we should be honoring. The rest of us are just, doing our job, but that's David. Les estaba diciendo que aquí hay un solo héroe y es David, que en sus cortos 15 años, pronto 15 años, ha tenido 3 cirugías de corazón abierta, 2 de las últimas en el último año, y verle la primera vez un mes estando ahí y ver su entrega, el valor que tiene David, él es el verdadero. Thank you so much. Gracias.
So, in honoring our staff that contributed to this celebration of life we're having tonight, Orange County Schools would like to present them with a plaque. The plaque says, "In recognition of your heroic actions and quick response, which saved a student's life, your actions exemplify the highest standard of care and commitment to our school community." And thank you all. Thank you for supporting school nurses at every school, school resource officers, and thank you to teachers and staff that we know have a lot to do and volunteer for this training. Thank you all.
Hey. It's better this time. Thank you so much. Hey. Great teamwork, fantastic. Thank you so much. You even did this after you were Teacher of the Year.
Right there. Mrs. Smiley. I know, you're gonna do your best. Everyone's gonna do their best.
I have faith in you all. On the count of 3, looking this way for me. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. Please don't move.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Y'all have a good night. All right, board, that's going to be very hard to follow tonight. It's such wonderful to hear about all of our staff and know that it's about our community at the end of the day. All right, next we have the agenda adoption. I would like to request that we add to the consent agenda the First Amendment to the superintendent's contract. I also would like to ask to add the North Carolina School Board Association delegate and alternates to consent, and to pull item 8O, crowdfunding, and item 8Q, the gifts and bequests, to from consent, and add that directly after the consent agenda. Are there any other items to pull? All right, can we get a motion for that?
Motion to approve the agenda with the changes suggested.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The agenda has been adopted. Ms. Padilla, any public comments tonight?
No public comments.
All right, thank you so much. We'll move to board comments. And let's start with Ms. Purcell tonight.
Well, good evening to everyone, and yes, that is a hard act to follow that we just saw, and I'm so thankful for all those teachers and personnel in that building that were able and willing to help a student. That is absolutely remarkable, and just shows you the quality of the people that we have working in Orange County schools, and I'm very proud of them all. I know a lot of them and very proud of what they've done. I'd like to give a big thank you, excuse me, to all of those that worked so hard this past summer to do not only your job, but also get ready for the upcoming school year, because I know it all intertwines. And I know that when you're doing things like Read to Achieve and all these other programs that we do, you're stressed and you have lots to do and you have lots of hats juggling at one time. But I'd like to thank everybody for their hard work over the summer to get this school year started. I was at Orange High School the morning that school started, and I've lived at Orange High School for a while, and I have never seen a school start so smoothly as I did that morning. It was like the students left one night and came back the next morning. Even the freshmen had very few questions. If they did have it, they came and asked, and very respectful, and everybody it just flowed. I can't even hardly explain how good it was. It just flowed. So a big thank you to our principals, all of our leadership team, everybody who had their hand in getting this school year up and running. And I can't say enough about the STARS program. It was absolutely fantastic, and hope that we do that continually, because I think everybody there enjoyed it, and I think it makes a big difference as we start the school year, and everybody is just happy to be here. And so a big thank you to all of you for all you do and all you did to get ready for this school year. Thank you.
Well, I agree. It was such a smooth start to the school year. It was fabulous. It feels like that all has been taken to another level. And I think, the only comment that I have tonight is the way that news and current events progresses in the world today. It's like event after event after event. It is a lot to take. It is a lot, there's a lot of scary things happening. Fundamental rights, fundamental constitutional rights are at risk. Various student populations and families, their rights are at risk, and it's just a scary world right now. And so I just want to thank everyone who's doing their particular part of making each one of our schools a place where our students can come and be safe and feel loved and supported and be learning, and just be able to be kids who are in school learning. It is, it takes a lot to create that space when there's so much noise around it, and I'm just very grateful for that.
Thank you. To add onto that or continue some of those thoughts, I want to give a shout out to Dr. Jones and her team and all the principals and all the teachers and all the staff who have led our district to every school meeting or exceeding growth this year. That's just a tremendous achievement. And some of that energy and hopefulness and sense of purpose has, and confidence, I'd say, really has been palpable, including with the start to the school years. And it's a hard time to send, as a parent, to send kids to schools. It's a hard time to be a teacher in schools. I'm sure it's a hard time to lead schools. I don't know, I've never done it. As I'm quick to say to you, I don't know, I've never done your job. It takes even more hope and energy to overcome that, but the hope and energy does overcome some of those anxieties and fears right now. So we've seen that with this recognition tonight, and we're seeing that with our data. And I want to give a shout out. I was at New Hope the start of the school year, and everybody now has to have an array of service, fraternity, and sorority members welcoming all their students, because I haven't seen that before. And there were about 20 UNC students who showed up to rock in all the kids to New Hope, and it was really awesome. So shout out to New Hope staff who got all those people out there early on a Monday morning for our first day of traditional school.
Thank you. Andre?
Oh, yeah. So I want to say welcome back to all the students. I think back in June, when we were ending the school year last year, I was telling everybody, congratulations, but be prepared because we'd be right back in school before we knew it. So we're here. We're here. It seemed like we didn't have much of a summer, but we're back. And I had the opportunity to visit Orange Middle School, and I don't think they had many traffic complaints, which is really good. Everything went really smoothly. So congratulations to everyone on that. And lastly, I just want to add and piggyback off of what Sarah said. It's very easy to talk about the negative things, and I think we need to, as we do recognitions on a monthly basis at these board meetings, I think it's very important to do that so we can talk more about the positive, because the good always outweighs the bad, and love is undefeated, and it's always going to prevail. So I think that's what we need to keep in mind at this time. So that's all I have. And congratulations to all the heroes at A.L. Stanback. Great job.
At the risk of being redundant, first, tonight happens to be the first night of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, so it's Happy New Year to all who celebrate, but also maybe we can add in a prayer for our peace and freedoms and a prayer of gratitude for our schools. Second, this is a little mundane compared to some of the things we're talking about, but a very big thank you to our maintenance department for their work on Eflin Cheeks and Central. Because I know there's a lot more that happened over the summer, but for me, it was really fun to see the excitement of our teachers and our kids to walk into schools with brand-new classrooms and all new equipment, and the floors are just fantastic. They're white with this really nice blue stripe down them, so that was really, really nice. Also wanted to, and I'm sorry, I just wanted to congratulate Ms. Compton and and all her nurses and the incredible team at A.L. Stanback for the work that you did. And, you know, Ms. Compton has this weird habit of bringing tears to the board every time she shows up, so I'm not sure what we're going to do with you, but that was about as good as it gets. So thank you so much for that incredible work. Wanted to have a shout out to Brian Eubank. Brian leads the Orange High School Engineering Academy, and I got to attend a North Carolina Triangle Apprenticeship Program graduation, and that's where Mr. Eubank's student got signed for a year-long apprenticeship, apprenticeship at Siemens, and that means that this student will be paid all year to get his Orange High School diploma, an associate's degree in engineering, and after he graduates, he will have a high-paying engineering job at Siemens. For me, it's just humbling, not the only word I know, is humbling to see the magnitude of opportunities that our teachers and career development staff are creating for our high school students. So thank you so much for that. And finally, we're going to learn more tonight, but just a big congratulations to every teacher, staff, family, and Dr. Jones and everyone, but who contributed to the end of great results that we're going to hear about tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I do have a list, but since we are talking more positive, I'll skip all the things that I did. I won't say what I did, but I did do a lot of running around in the community. But I want to say I'm glad that it's Hispanic Heritage Month, and also remind people that it's also Mental Health Month. And having those discussions as to what's happening nationally and locally, I do find hope within our community. The kindness that we see within our community, helping each other, whether smiling at someone or really stopping and asking how they're doing, that fills my heart with, I always use the word love. Love is everywhere. You have to find it, but it's there. When someone holds the door for you, stops, let's hold on to that love to keep us going for the school year. And thank you for a great school start.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to highlight just some of the events, and I'll start off with just echoing what many board members mentioned. There's a lot going on and a lot to take in. And us keeping our schools welcoming, ensuring everyone feels like it's a place they belong, and having the staff and a trusted adult is one of the things that makes Orange County a unique place, and that's why our children are succeeding. I also just want to echo that please check in with each other. It takes a minute, and just to see how everybody's doing, and I can assure you people will be very grateful for you asking and taking the time. I also want to congratulate everyone down to our bus drivers, our nutritionists, our teaching assistants, our administrators, our district staff, leadership, teachers. Everyone in the district contributes to our students being successful. We may not always think about it, but they are key, and they're a reason our students are successful. From making sure our students have a healthy meal in the morning, all the way to they have a smile on the way out on the bus. And I think that's very important. Just want to also just acknowledge the Cedar Ridge FFA that was out at Hog Day with animals. talking to our families and future students in the community. We had Orange High School FFA that was out doing trivia, getting students interested in the programs and understanding some of our long traditions at the FFA program. I also just wanted to let the board know about OSNAC, which is the Orange Special Needs Advisory Council that's had a few meetings at this point. I've been very impressed with the engagement from the families involved and also the staff that's putting that on, and definitely looking forward to their first newsletter that will go out to the community. I also just wanted to take a second to talk about STARS and just what a wonderful program, from an idea to really seeing just how engaged all the staff is and the value, and everyone looking forward to going and seeing what comes of it next year. Last but not least, I just want to just acknowledge that Cedar Ridge broke ground on the new barn. And I know that's been a long time coming, so thanks everyone for their patience, and also Mr. Davis and staff who have been pushing and going through all of the permits to get that facility in place for our students and our staff to have a good education foundation for the program there. So thank you. And just acknowledge A.L. Stanback and all of the nurses that engaged. That's an amazing story. And it really makes me proud of our community and our Orange County community coming together to celebrate that. All right. Dr. Jones, do you have comments tonight?
I do. Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, members of the board, students, staff, and community members. We have had an incredible start to the traditional school year. For almost a month, our halls have been filled with the positive energy of our students and dedicated staff. The successful opening of our traditional schools is a testament to the meticulous planning and hard work of many, and I'm very thankful. A lot of those individuals are here tonight, but I'm very thankful to have such competent folks on my team. The strong start is built on the foundation of last year's achievements. I'm excited for the team to share the amazing results from our state accountability model, which reflects the tremendous growth and success of our students. These results are a direct outcome of our collective commitment to excellence. As everyone heard earlier, that commitment was demonstrated in a profoundly brave way last school year when the quick and courageous actions of our staff at A.L. Stanback saved the life of a student. Their calmness under pressure and dedication to the safety of every child embodies the very heart of our mission. They are true heroes, and we are forever grateful. And just wanted to especially thank Ms. Sylvia Compton, who is here, and all of the training that she provides for staff. And when I tell you, she makes sure that you're paying attention to that training. She makes sure you're paying attention to that training. And, you know, sometimes we can take those trainings for granted, not really understanding that one moment in time, 3.5 minutes, where that can be life or death. So thank you so much for all that you do, Ms. Compton. In the same spirit of reflection, we pause to remember the lives lost and the heroes made on September 11th, 2001. It is a reminder of the profound impact of selflessness and service, and we certainly saw some of that today with our own staff members. The heroic acts of staff, our academic achievements, cultural celebrations as we recognize Hispanic Heritage Month, and historical remembrances offer separate points of pride and celebration, but together they form our promise to do more than teach curriculum, but also build character. Orange County Schools is committed to the academic excellence, physical and emotional safety, cultural belonging, and personal well-being of every single student who walks through our doors. This is the work, and it is the dedication of every person represented in this room that makes it all possible. Thank you for all of your support, all that you do to support our children in this community. And Chair Atherton, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. All right, next we have the consent agenda. Can we get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We will now jump down to the items pulled. First up, we have policy 7360/8225, crowdfunding on behalf of the school systems, the first read. Thank you, Mr. Koweek. What questions do we have? We have two members that asked to be pulled. Go ahead.
Well, I'm one of the members who asked to be pulled. Thank you. And first, I just want to say that I'm thrilled that we're going to be introducing this policy and creating like some formal processes around crowdfunding and around just bringing clarity to this process, and that we do, in fact, hope that staff will do some crowdfunding and bring more resources into the district, but according to some criteria. So really, my only question related to the policy was around the dollar values that like a principal is authorized to approve versus the superintendent versus needing to come to the board. It seems like different districts have picked different thresholds. So I think in Durham, a principal can approve like, I don't know if it was $5,000 or $10,000. It was a higher number. And so it seemed to me, especially the like, it needs to come to the board if it's over $5,000. Both of those dollar figures felt a little low to me, and I was concerned we would be adding too much process here where like there might be a higher threshold that we would be okay with the principal and or the superintendent just signing off on. So any thoughts on those levels or reactions to that?
I can just tell you what, we inserted the 5,000 for the superintendent just to match the grant approval. And that's where the 5,000 came from. Other than that, I think we're open to whatever changes the board makes.
Yeah.
We just like consistent numbers across the board if we're talking about grants or donations or crowdfunding.
Yeah, I'll just add in, Sarah, this was I think the audio is up on is it up? Okay, so we have the video from policy that's now being recorded as well. And this was a big discussion because just like you're saying, you don't want $100 going to the superintendent. And then there was also discussion about, the tracking and management and how finance gets engaged. And so we were also concerned at what's a realistic threshold. But I don't think anybody had concerns if it was raised. That was the initial amount was 1,000 that was recommended. But like the superintendent said, it's currently her threshold is 5. So we would need to modify if we went any higher than that to the full board.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the idea of keeping that one consistent. As I look at it, I'm like, that feels maybe a little bit low. So maybe we should think about that more broadly. Yeah, I don't know. If you all had a thorough discussion of it and these are the levels you're fine with, then that's fine. I don't want to be creating, we have like a lot of procedure in here for how this all will work, and I just don't want to be creating a lot of extra approvals for the superintendent or for the board if we don't need to.
So Dr. Jones, is there a higher number you would be comfortable with?
I would just, I'm comfortable with whatever the board is comfortable with. Surely 5,000 is not a large number in comparison to the budget that we manage. But I would just ask that we're consistent with like donations and then possibly grants as well. It's just easier for us to keep up with the processes. And so if there's, we're happy to take it back and relook at the numbers. It's not, we can see how this goes, or it's really up to the board. We're okay either way, yeah.
Maybe that would be my suggestion, is we can see how this goes. If there are a lot of things that are like $1,200 requests for like flexible seating, and you're like, this feels like I don't need to be reviewing all of these, then you can maybe bring that back and suggest a higher number.
So, I mean, I would be okay with raising it to 2 as a starting point. I mean, given that you still have the ceiling of 5, would that be? I mean, this is first reading. We still have another reading to come back and change that number if we'd like. So we could come back and on second reading, if somebody has a number they would prefer to see.
Yeah, I was okay, you know, my impression is when the teachers are doing grants, that the $1,000 number is a pretty good number, but I'd be quite comfortable going to 2 on that.
Dr. Jones, you're nodding
And
like
I'd
that would
also
be
be really, I don't know how it affects other policies, but for 5,000, I'd be happy to give the superintendent more authority, substantially more. $5,000 is a lot of.
I think we should hold on that, though, until we could look at the other
Okay.
places, like for other
Yeah,
grant funding.
so I'd be okay with that. I did have a couple questions on this one.
Could we, I'm sorry, I don't want
sorry.
to be interrupting. Could we like decide what to do about this bit and then move to
Sure.
that question?
So does feelings on raising that to 2,000 or,
I'm fine with the 2,000.
I'm fine with it. I have no problem at all.
okay. All right, other comments on the policy? Because we'll need a motion for this or anything else potentially.
I just had some questions about it. One is it says that the superintendent is going to put together a list of approved sites, and does it go without saying that donors choose will be an approved site?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second thing is if our teachers set up an Amazon list and they don't name their school or the school district, that's not covered by this, right? They're free to do whatever they'd like as far as creating, is that?
Well, so from the HR perspective, free to do whatever you like is sort of a blank check. We don't want to write for anybody. But yeah, I mean, if any individual, I mean, we are always mindful of our employees' rights as citizens versus being employees of Orange County Schools and respectful of whatever differences there are there. We're most concerned with, of course, that we are respecting the integrity of Orange County Schools and the gifts that are used in a way that benefits Orange County students and staff in an ethical manner.
Let me ask the question differently. If I'm a teacher and I'm going to create an Amazon list for supplies to my classroom, do I have to get my principal's permission for that?
Well, so gifts go to the school,
Yeah, and
right?
these are,
And principals, that's why we sort of we presented what currently the policy says principals have no authority to accept gifts for their school. And so by raising it to 1,000, now we can keep more at the school with less involvement from central services for reasonable sort of wish lists, okay, or donor choose. So, you know, we have restrictions, for example, in other policies in conflict of interest, an individual can't accept a gift of more than $50, right? That's a separate policy. So we're just trying to balance allowing our employees to get donations for the school that benefit, and we're also trying to make sure that everything stays consistent with all of our policies and ethics, and that what's coming in, everything needs some approval if it's coming into the school.
So the process for Amazon wish list, if I'm using my personal account, and a lot of people put them on Facebook, and they put it out on Facebook to their family members and request school supplies. They make no mention of Orange County Schools or the school that they currently work at, then that's their personal way to do that. However, the principal has the right, let's say there's a stationary bike that the teacher, I'm just using that as an example, the teacher would like to purchase and put in their classroom. The principal has the right to say, this is not approved to go into a classroom. So do they need to get approval to fundraise on their own personal time using their personal account? No, but whatever comes into the space has to be approved and verified from the principal that it's safe to do so. Yeah.
Can I just make sure that I'm understanding? Because I think the Amazon wish list, there's like variations of that. But one thing that happens for me when I go to open house is I get the paper from the, whatever, English 2 classroom or whatever it is. And it says like, here are the supplies for your student. We would also love some donations of some Clorox wipes and some number 2 pencils. And some teachers say, and here's the list of those, like, because there's a certain brand of dry erase markers or whatever that they think are the ones that work best or something, they'll say like, here's some things, or here's my list of them, and you can just order it from there. I think it's, in some cases, it's just a way that's evolved of the teacher being like, we're looking for some classroom supplies, because God knows the state doesn't fund that. You know what I mean? We're not saying that that needs to go through some sort of like crowdfunding process now.
No, it's appropriate for them to do that at that level. It's just the principal needs to be aware. You know, if you're asking for Clorox wipes or whatever it is, Kleenex and, you know, all the things that run out very quickly in a classroom, it just needs to be, you can't have an extravagant list of things. We want to make sure it stays within reason. I think our teachers do a fine job of doing that. The purpose for us creating the protocols was not to hinder anything that's been happening, but to just have some sense of order with how we bring things into the district and a process that's uniform across the board, that's all. And some oversight on it as well. But this is not going to hinder anything that's been happening.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, we need a motion to approve the policy 7360/8225 crowdfunding on behalf of the school systems for first read, with the amendment of one going to $2,000 for the base level approval.
Like the principal approval. Yeah.
Principal approval.
Okay, so moved.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? That policy is approved for first reading. Next, we have policy 8220, gifts and bequests, first reading. Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, so thank you for that. You know, this is, when I read the policy, I noticed something that just didn't sound like how we work, and I was wondering if we could eliminate or soften language, which I read as giving the board unequivocal authority to change the designated use of a donation. It's not a new policy. I don't think we've ever, as far as I know, I don't think we've ever taken such action. And I think what I've seen that's typical, and it's even on tonight's consent agenda, that we're pretty sensitive in how we handle donations and whether a donor has a purpose. So here's the sentence that bothers me. It says, however, the board reserves the right to utilize the donation as it deems appropriate. And that reads to me as the board, that I can give you money for books and you could say, I don't want to use it for books, I'm going to buy dry erase markers or something else. So I would like to strike that, just strike the sentence. That would be the easiest thing to do. We want, you know, or else we can add language that says donors, you know, if a donation is designated for a purpose, that donors will be apprised of interest by the board or the district to redirect the funds to an alternative use. My preference would be to strike it altogether, but I don't know if there's a reason to.
I have some context that might be helpful, and I might need you to reread that alternative sentence, because that may be okay. But one issue that comes up when we talk about donations is charter schools and the requirements under the law. If the school system receives certain general donations, that unless they're allocated for a particular purpose, a certain percentage has to be given to the charter schools. And some of that can be addressed in a donor agreement. But in short, sometimes we need a particular purpose and also an alternative purpose. So to prevent a large donation from having a percent go to a charter school. So that in a lot of the agreements that I see, there's language that the donor may designate a specific purpose, but the school system also needs to have an alternative. So that may be some of the reasoning behind that language, is the school system has to be able to allocate funds and to have that discretion. Say it was donated to a specific program and that program, for whatever reason, was canceled. You know, what do you do with those additional funds? If that helps.
So, go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. I'm kind of inclined not to change it. Separate note, we need to change the up to $1,000 on here to $2,000 to match the other policy, but.
So I believe one of the other reasons I was originally told was Title IX and issues if a donation was going to specific programs and us having to be equitable across all programs was the other reason I was told that this was put there. I'm not
Yes,
sure.
that's another great point with regard to athletics.
So the question becomes, how do we protect donors? So I'd take one of our most premier donations is another book fund. They give us about $20,000 a year and it's designated for books for elementary schools. I think they pick a grade every year. And so I think they expect us to use the money for that. And if by policy, we have the right to change that without notifying them, I think that tells donors, you can give us money, but don't trust us to use. That's how I read this. You can give us money, but we can't assure you that we're going to use it for the intended purpose you gave it to us. I don't think that's right. So I hear your concern about charters and stuff like that, but I think we have a right to protect the interests of our donors if they're going to give us money or any resource.
Only other thing I would add is, in my experience, large donations can typically be accompanied by a donor agreement, like I mentioned, that could carve out with specificity, this donation is for this purpose. If it cannot be used for this purpose, here's the alternative purpose that I mentioned. So that's likely something that could come into effect with a situation like that.
So we definitely need to move forward. What is the consensus of the board on this?
I'd like to keep it as is. I think the explanation made sense for why the language is the way it is. And so I'd rather leave it.
What do you tell a donor? What do we tell donors? Just my question.
I mean, I don't feel like I need to, donor's going to trust the school system because of how we act and then give the donation or not. I don't feel like it's my job to do that.
If I can just add, I don't think it's our job to protect the interests of the donor. It's our job to protect the interests of the school district. And so I think we should treat people right if they're making donations to the school district, but I don't think that we should put something in policy that limits how we use the funds at the end of the day. Like, I think we should follow the intents when we can.
Yeah, so I'm going to vote against this. I just think our policy should follow our practice. And, it makes me uncomfortable to have a policy that doesn't, so, okay.
All right, to move forward, we need a motion and to update the 1,000 to 2,000 as well. Can we get a motion?
Motion to make the change of the 1,000 to 2,000 to be consistent with the other policy and to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed?
Aye, or nay.
Okay, one opposed. All right, that concludes the top of the agenda and the consent. We're now down to the work session, starting with the summer 2025 programs. Thank you, Mr. Cowie.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for a couple members of our team to be here with you tonight to share and highlight about some of the programs that were offered this summer to our students here in OCS. Oh, where do I need to point? Okay, all right. So our summer programming work is in alignment with our strategic plan, with priority 1, teaching tomorrow's leaders. Before I jump in to highlight some of the programs that occurred this summer, I just want to take a minute to recognize, as you all have alluded to in many of your comments this evening, that the work we do in the summer across this district requires a team effort. So I just wanted to take a few minutes and share a few statistics. I think it's important that We recognize the fact that our fabulous transportation team transported over 400 students this summer. They had 28 buses on the roads, safely transporting students to various locations with different start and end times and dates of programming. So I want to thank them for not only safely transporting our students, but also finding a way to maintain our fleet of vehicles so that they are safe to transport our staff every day that are in fleet vehicles, but also have our buses ready for a smooth opening at the start of the school year. So thank you to everyone that's involved with routing, finding ways to get drivers, and filling in when needed, as well as servicing all of our vehicles. We're also appreciative to our child nutrition team, as not only were they serving 2 meals a day to our students that were involved in summer camp programming, they were also feeding our community in the summer at various public feeding sites that were available to our community. So thank you to everyone that was involved in preparing food, ordering food, packaging food, delivering food, serving students, and keeping our facilities clean, with the feeding of all of the children in various different places as well. And I also wanted to take a minute to thank our operations division for the tireless efforts that were made to keep all of the various projects that were going on this summer across various facilities in our district, while also servicing reading camps, moving materials, ensuring that our buildings were ready to welcome students for the opening of the school year, and also dealing with any maintenance emergencies that happened along the way. It truly takes an entire team of people working in coordinated efforts to make the opportunities possible that we offer here in the summer for our students. At this time, we're going to zoom in and focus a little bit on Read to Achieve and our summer reading camps that were offered this summer. So this year we hosted 2 reading camps during the summer. The first was held in June at HES, serving only HES students. The second camp was held in July. It was hosted at River Park Elementary School and served all 6 of our traditional elementary schools. This year, one change that we had is that we served 2nd and 3rd graders only, which is what is required in legislation. We had 178 2nd graders who were eligible and invited to participate based on their middle of the year DIBELS assessment data. We had 83 or 47% of those 2nd graders who attended camp. We had 187 3rd graders that were eligible and invited to attend camp based on their middle of the year data. 97 or 52% of our 3rd graders attended camp. There were 25 staff members who worked in summer reading camps. This included a site administrator at the River Park site, a front office staff member that worked at both sites, certified teachers, and instructional assistants to support students in their classrooms. These individuals worked hard every day to plan intentional and learning experiences for our students around the topics of animal kingdoms, habitats, and various adaptations. All of the units that were leveraged had high interest text and opportunities for students to engage in explicit experiences. We focused on decoding, fluency, and comprehension skills throughout all of our learning experiences. One new feature of summer reading camp this year included a collaboration with the Carborough Arts Center. And this was possible to provide all students with integrated arts programming every single day during reading camp. The artists were provided the text and the focus topics ahead of the summer, and they developed their programming to support and expand the background knowledge, as well as provide ways for students to share their learning through various art forms. There were definitely some data points that I also wanted to highlight for you and celebrate that came out of reading camp this year. 60% of the students demonstrated growth in their DIBELS score, which is an increase of 25 percentage points from previous year. 23% of the students demonstrated that they are at minimal risk with foundational reading skills, which is an increase of 4 percentage points from the previous year. 17% of the third graders who participated in the Read to Achieve assessment during camp demonstrated proficiency. It's important to remember here that not all students are eligible to participate in the Read to Achieve assessment based on good cause exemptions. It is an optional assessment for summer administration, so I only gave you the percentage of students who took the assessment. One highlight that I was so excited to also see was that 93% of our students who attended camp were present for 7 or more of the days, which is over half of the instructional days that we're able to provide in reading camp. And this is a drastic increase from previous years. And our students really did seem to enjoy some of the shifts that were made this year in terms of our scheduling, having that specials with the art integration every day. And we look forward to carrying that momentum in our planning, into our planning that has already started for this coming summer, which will be here before we know it. Next, I'm going to share some highlights from the multilingual summer bridge program that was led by Emily Lewis. So this 2-week camp was offered this year at both Cedar Ridge and Orange High School. The enrollment focus for this program was for 9th and 10th grade multilingual students. There were 25 students that were identified, invited, and who signed up to participate. 72% of those students were able to attend once the camp arrived, and there were 2 classroom teachers and 3 English language development specialists who supported students during this program. The Summer Bridge program focused on providing our high school multilingual students with an opportunity to practice and reinforce foundational math skills, reading and writing, as well as reading and writing personal narratives. This program provides a great opportunity to students to lean in and learn more cultural knowledge and build their speaking, listening, reading, and writing skills in the English language. One of the most important opportunities that this camp offers our students is the chance for these multilingual students to increase their sense of belonging and to see themselves as the critical part of the school and larger community that they are. We are working to create a mechanism moving forward to help us keep up with and monitor the impact that this program is having on these students as they continue to go forward in their careers here as students and then potentially even beyond. Do we follow these students at this moment? The answer is no, but we are working to build those mechanisms now, and we'll hope to have an update on that in the future. At this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Mariah Morris, our Director of Strategic Initiatives and Professional Learning, to share about the highlights of our multilingual STEM camp that she had the opportunity to lead this summer.
Thank you. Good evening. I am excited to be able to share with you highlights from our inaugural Multilingual Learner STEM Camp. This program was designed in close collaboration with Emily Lewis, our district ESL coordinator, and Jordan Hope, our district science facilitator. And I would like to take a moment to thank them publicly for their hard work and their leadership on this program. Our vision for this camp was to create a summer learning experience where our multilingual learners could thrive academically and socially through the integration of STEM, language development, and hands-on learning. We wanted students to engage in fun, interactive lessons in a safe and supportive environment, one where they could confidently practice English, acquire new scientific vocabulary, and build leadership skills. This summer marked the first launch of the camp, and our goal was clear: to provide a proactive support model. By introducing students to the science content they will encounter in the upcoming school year, we sought to ensure that our students entered their next grade level feeling confident and knowledgeable. Just as importantly, we aimed to help students see themselves as part of the vibrant world of STEM, because we know the power of seeing in order to believe. We believe our multilingual learners bring a unique and valuable skill set to our schools, and this camp was our way of celebrating and strengthening that. Hosted at A.L. Stanback Middle School, the Multilingual Learner STEM Camp was a 2-week program. We welcomed approximately 85 students in grades 4 through 8. Approximately 97 students enrolled in the camp in May, and approximately 71% of enrolled students attended 5 days or more. Supported by 5 classroom teachers and 3 English language development facilitators, students explored a wide variety of topics, including robotics, coding, chemistry, meteorology, gravity, energy, and hydrology. Y'all are excited, aren't you? Okay, just want to make sure. We also included a field trip to the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences, where students were able to learn more about science through hands-on interactive exhibits in Raleigh. We also hosted a guest speaker, a scientist from the UNC School of Medicine Bowles Center, who taught our students some valuable lessons from the exciting world of neuroscience. On our last day of camp, we welcomed our families to the Family Showcase. At this showcase, our students were able to become the teachers, and they taught their families not only the science content, but more about the engineering design process, which was the thread that wove throughout all of the lessons at camp. Finally, part of the vision of this camp was also to embed impactful professional development for our teachers to create an environment where they felt safe trying new, innovative teaching methods. A key component of this professional development was our newly established partnership with the Duke University Pratt School of Engineering, where Christy Mabry and Jeff Faulkner were selected to attend a 5-week professional learning experience where they worked alongside other public school teachers and engineers from the Duke Biotechnology Department to become experts in the engineering design process. After prototyping these projects at the Multilingual STEM Camp, Ms. Mabry and Mr. Faulkner presented a session at the Stars of Education and have turned their bilingual lessons into a resource available to all science teachers across the district. Our goal was not just to reach students, but also to use this experience as job-embedded professional development for our staff, to learn more about how to use hands-on learning and the science and engineering design process to create language-rich learning experiences for all of our students, especially our multilingual learners. At this time, I would like to welcome Ms. Shannon Braxton, our Director of CTE, Cultural Arts, and Social Studies, to share more about other programs offered this summer.
Good evening to each one of you. It's always a pleasure to stand here and share some great opportunities through the Career Technical Ed Department. This summer, thank you, this summer was our summer number 4 for our Summer Careers Academy. As a reminder, our Summer Careers Academy is a partnership between Orange County Schools and Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools and the Home Builders Association of Durham, Orange, and Chatham counties. Cohort number 4 had 17 students who successfully completed all parts of the pre-apprenticeship program through Building Our Future and the internship part through Driving Our Future, 9 of which were non-Orange County School students. We were also excited to know that 5 students who went through interview day were hired outright from the company. The companies really wanted these students. These were students that were seniors, and so upon graduation, those students did not attend Summer Careers Academy, but went straight to the industry for work, and we count them as a win. Partnership for Building Our Future, in addition to the Home Builders Association of Durham, Orange, and Chatham, were also the local businesses and industries that hired these students for a minimum of 100 hours of on-the-job. Habitat for Humanity of Orange County Schools, or Habitat for Humanity of Orange County, also provided a build day for our students to go and work on site, and our own Cedar Ridge High School teachers, Mr. Avery Pipkin and Mike Scully, who actually taught the hands-on classes at Cedar Ridge. Our partnership for Driving Our Future was Chapel Hill Tire in Chapel Hill. They provided the on-the-job training, and the Chapel Hill High School automotive teacher, Mr. Robert Ballard. Opportunities like this are positive impacts on our students, but they're only possible when we create these private-public partnerships, and we form that partnership, and we've seen that survived these past 4 summers. Of course, none of this work would be successful without our 2 career development coordinators, Nick Montgomery and Stephanie Smith, who work daily with these students from the beginning of advertising all the way until graduation day. We also hosted Project Lead the Way Camp this summer. They hosted 2 camps at Orange High School. Our engineering teachers, Mr. Jim Janis and Brian Eubank, as well as our computer science teacher, Brendan Murray, facilitated the Explosion Camp, as well as the Futures Camp, which have also been successful the past 4 summers. The engineering camps allowed students the time and opportunity to engage in the design process of identifying needs, brainstorming ideas, creating and testing solutions, refining them based on the results until a satisfactory outcome is achieved. We also added a new camp this summer, and we added Camp Med, and that was hosted out of the Cedar Ridge High School with Career Development Coordinator Stephanie Smith. We have in Orange County Schools a North Carolina DPI grant for health career promotion, and Stephanie also got funds from Piedmont Area Health Education Center to host this 4-day camp. She jam-packed those 4 days with activities, tours, and exposure to a variety of health careers and interaction with health professionals. It was so successful, we're already planning this camp next year. Next slide. I love this picture. Hope you zoom in to see what they're standing in front of there. We want to make sure that we highlight our partners for this camp. UNC Health in Hillsborough provided a full day, including simulations at the hospital, and they provided lunch. UNC Hospital in Chapel Hill exposed students to the core lab, microbiology, point of care testing, and the dentistry school. And lunch that day was provided by Jersey Mike's right there in Chapel Hill. The Duke Eye Center hosted our students and actually went into clinical lab and dissected an eye. And then they spent the 4th day at the Alamance Community College Biotech Center of Excellence. And then that afternoon, ended the week with service learning right next to Cedar Ridge at Terra Bella Senior Living, where they partnered with the Mary Kay cosmetic representative, Dana Gaddis, and they hosted glamorous grandma photo shoot. And of course, Ms. Smith said, please make sure that we recognize our Orange County Schools bus driver, Ms. Carol Floyd, who was able to navigate the bus to all of these sites and made it possible for the students to get there. And at this time, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Wilson.
So as you can hear, the summer was busy, even though it was short. We were able to pack in a lot of fun for our students and a lot of learning opportunities. At this time, we'll take any questions or feedback, comments that you have for our team.
Comments? Andre?
Well, this is great. You guys did a wonderful job with the presentation, and it sounds like kids had a wonderful time this summer. And, I definitely got to highlight that last slide, the Camp Med slide, where the students went to the different medical facilities and the Duke Eye Center facility. My wife, she works at Duke Eye Center, and so she kind of pushed it a few years ago. And Ms. Smith's daughter ended up going through the ophthalmic technician program at Duke Eye Center. And so it was really great to see that. So you guys did a wonderful job with that. And hopefully we can get more students involved next summer and years to come. Great job.
I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for leading these incredible opportunities for students. They all meet specific needs. And I was excited to see that we have more than half of the Summer Career Academy in Orange County schools. And I know originally, we're the smaller district, so that's exciting, but I love the variety. I love the, the sense of possibility and opportunity that this provides for kids and meeting specific needs. I'm excited that y'all are continuing to come up with new ideas to meet specific needs, like the ML STEM is also really cool. So thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for this. It's great stuff. I have two questions. One is we cut back the Read to Achieve camp this year, and I was just curious how you feel that worked and if that's okay and if we're going to continue that way. And then in all these camps, is there anything that we learned that said, hey, we're going forward next year, or when will we know what the plan is to go forward, expand this, tweak it, whatever?
So as I mentioned, the legislation around Read to Achieve requires that we provide this intervention for second and third grade students that are struggling readers and not proficient per DIBELS assessments. The legislation states that we have the option as a district to expand to first grade. Here in Orange County Schools, we in the past have made that a local option. The nice thing about the way we did it this summer, it allowed us to leverage the funding that we received from the state to really prioritize the second and third grade students and provide smaller classrooms, smaller ratios of adult support, and really intentionalize our instruction and focus on them. So there are benefits, even though it feels like a reduction of services. The intentionality and the direct support to those students felt really great.
Do less, do it better. I like it. And how about, is there going to be a time when you'll give us, when you'll know for next year? Are we planning to, is this our baseline, or are you going to look at it all and say, what about next year?
So every time we go to the table to talk about the next year's planning, we bring a lot of data and feedback together to drive our planning and our conversation as a team. I will tell you that we celebrated a lot of victories this summer with students. We saw growth in a lot of the changes that we've made. So I will anticipate that we're going to lean into that. One shift that our team is looking at is bringing all of our elementary school students together for one reading camp and hosting that in June, which will allow us to more centralize all of our support and hopefully get some cost savings from that mechanism, which then will allow us to look at how we're maximizing resources if that yields the results that we anticipate. So that will be one shift that I can tell you is already in the works.
Good, thank you. Nice job. Thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you and the entire team for this program. I think it's a great way for students to be able to decide in a way, those that are undecided as to what they want to do as a career. This is a great way to expose them to see if that's the direction they want to move into. One of the things that I noticed was that the program, the Camp Med, it was mainly females, or were there any males in there?
All females in that Camp Med.
It was all females, I noticed that.
Yes.
That's awesome. And I also noticed that when we went to the celebration of the program, the summer career, there were only males, so I thought that was fascinating.
And every year it's a little bit of a different mix, right? Those are choice programs, and they went through their application process. They went through the interview process. We did have a female in Summer Careers Academy in the Driving Our Future. She was not at graduation, but we did have that one female. Last year we had a couple of more. Each year's a little different mix, just based on who applies and who's interested in that junior and senior class.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just also want to say thank you, because this is a fun part of stuff that we get to do, is come to these events that you open the doors and share with us. And Ms. Padilla took my word just a minute ago. I was going to say that this exposes so many of our students to something that they've never seen before and not had opportunities to be around. And that in itself is just, it's fantastic and wonderful. So thank you all. I know it takes a lot of planning. I know it takes a lot of hard work, and it takes a lot of trying to find out where the money's coming from and how we're going to fund it. But thank you for all you do to get this up and running, because it really is beneficial for a lot of our students, everything you do. So thank you.
Sarah?
I'll just echo all of that. And thank you for anticipating my question about how to monitor whether the impact of the program for the Bridge program. And yeah, I think the more we can just understand what is the impact, and you all are so good at the reflection process and improving. And so like being able to understand for each of these programs, what was that impact later on. I loved to see the progress in Read to Achieve. I loved in the ML STEM camp, the idea of introducing students to upcoming science standards and pre-teaching some of the academic vocabulary. And like that, I think is a really, what a wonderful way to like build their confidence and esteem going into that next school year. I think we should just generally be doing lots of that when we can. And just the variety of opportunities that students are having in CTE and the pathways to real work. All of that is really awesome. So thank you.
So I'll finish out, I guess. So just a couple of things. One, I just want to remind the community that's not aware, or they are aware, is one of the big challenges we had was ESSER funding, which allowed us to really go beyond just the students that are state legislation. And many people have heard it as falling off the financial cliff. And so I really appreciate the way y'all approached it, and also the art integration, which is making it not just about academics, but exploring what the students really enjoy. So really excited to hear about that. Also, really appreciate all the CTE options as well, and the expansion and some, experimentation y'all have said around that, and really like the new tagline, providing students with more than a diploma. I know, as we've heard, people sometimes haven't heard about CTE, and once they do learn that it's not a degree program, it's really the hands-on learning and so much more. So thank you everyone for all of your involvement and planning, and excited to hear about the June potential and how we can leverage that, especially looking at common resources and how we leverage them. So thank you so much. We really appreciate y'all coming and sharing this tonight.
Thank you on behalf of our team for all of the continued support.
Thank you. All right, and next, we may have a little bit of news on the 2025 state accountability results.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Jones, community stakeholders, cabinet, and attendees, good evening. I have the honor and privilege of presenting the 2024-2025 state accountability results for Orange County Schools. Presenting with me is Mr. Kumar Sathi, our OCS District Equity Facilitator, and Dr. Julie Pack, our Chief Academic Officer. A special thank you to April Starbuck, Testing and Accountability Coordinator, for her tireless work in pulling data every day for the past month, including today. The next two slides that we have thank you. The next two slides are a reminder of our current strategic plan, specifically Priority 1. Thank you. Particularly Priority 1, Teaching Tomorrow's Leaders. Slide 3 is a review of the 3 goals of Priority 1. Now we will transition to our district's accountability results. I will turn it over to Mr. Sathi.
All right, let's begin with school performance grades. Slide 5 shows a progression of academic years beginning school year 2017 through 2018, all the way to 2024-2025. 2017 through 2019 will only show a total of 12 schools due to Partnership Academy. 2019-2020 was the pandemic year, and there was no state accountability testing that year. A summary of the data shows 92.3% of OCS schools earned a C or better compared to 68.5% statewide. There are no F schools in OCS. I'm going to read that again. There are no F schools in OCS. For the first time since 2017, OCS has 5 B schools. OCS has decreased the number of D schools from 3 to 1. Both comprehensive high schools are B schools. All 3 middle schools are C schools. For our elementary schools, 3 are B schools, 3 are C schools, and 1 is a D school. And I do acknowledge that it says 4 on the slide, but it is actually 3 that are C schools. Similar to the previous slides, the next slide provides information regarding schools either meeting, exceeding, or not meeting growth. To provide context, a school is designated as having met growth if their EVOS growth index is between -2 and +2. A school is designated to have not met growth if their EVOS growth index is below a -2. And a school is designated as having exceeded growth if their EVOS growth index is greater than 2. Again, I will point out that 2017 through 2019 will only show a total of 12 schools due to Partnership Academy. 2019-2020 was the pandemic year. There was no state accountability testing. The next slide shows state rankings with some of our peer districts. A summary of the data shows Orange County Schools is in a 3-way tie for first in the state for all schools meeting or exceeding growth. This is the first time all schools in OCS have met or exceeded growth since the state began school performance grades. 54% of OCS schools exceeded growth. Both comprehensive high schools exceeded growth for the second year in a row. Cedar Ridge has consistently exceeded growth since 2015-2016. 2 of the 3 middle schools exceeded growth. 4 elementary schools met growth, while 3 exceeded growth. Partnership Academy High School met growth for the second year in a row. We will now move into overall grade level proficiency. The first slide shows a year-over-year comparison of our grade level proficiency, GLP, from 2018-2019 to 2024-2025. It is safe to say that all school districts took a hit during the pandemic, and the result of that is evident in the 2020-2021 data highlighted in red. However, in the next slide, you will also notice that gains were made when we look at proficiency of our various subgroups. A summary of the data shows the following. OCS increased overall grade level proficiency GLP by 3.5 percentage points, the highest since pre-COVID. OCS also performed higher than the state by 3.4 percentage points. All subgroups in OCS grew in grade level proficiency. Black students were the highest performing subgroup for growth with 7 percentage points. This is the highest GLP performance for Black students since 2013-2014. White student performance was the highest since 2013-2014. Asian student performance was the highest since 2017-2018. Hispanic student performance was the highest since 2018-2019. Multiracial student performance was the highest since 2018-2019. Students with disabilities performance was the highest since 2017-2018. Economically disadvantaged student performance was the highest since 2017-2018. And as we look at the slide that talks about AIG students, I do want to point out that we had more than 95% in that group, and it only shows a rating of above 2, but that's just because it's that or higher, because we can't graph exactly what that amount is, because we only see 95% or greater.
We will move fairly quickly through these next slides while highlighting both areas for growth and subject-specific overall proficiency. Slide 15 shows our 3-8 reading proficiency. Slide 16 shows our math proficiency. It is important to note that while our 6th grade data shows an area of growth, this cohort of students grew in math proficiency by 0.7 of a percentage point year over year and 3.7 percentage points in reading year over year. Slide 17 shows our high school end of course proficiency results. And slide 18 shows our science data. With this slide, we did not include a year over year comparison. While students in grades 5 and 8 take science assessments and high school students take a biology assessment, new tests that align with the new content standards in science and biology were implemented in 2024-2025 school year, and results should not be compared to previous years. However, it is important to highlight that OCS performed 4.3 percentage points higher than the state in science, in 5th grade science, and 8th grade combined 2.9 percentage points higher in 5th grade science, 5.6 percentage points higher in 8th grade science, and 1.4 percentage points higher in biology. A further summary of the data shows the following. OCS performed above the state average in 3-8 reading, 3.1 percentage points, in math, 4.7. OCS students in grades 3.8 increased in proficiency by 5 percentage points. Students in grades 3-8 increased in proficiency in reading by 5.7 percentage points. OCS students in grades 3-8 increased in proficiency in math by 5.3 percentage points. More than 95% of our middle school students in Math 1 were proficient. OCS students in grades 5 and 8 increased in proficiency in science by 2 percentage points. So again, even though we're talking about 2 different tests, but still there was an increase nonetheless. And Math 3 students increased in proficiency by 6.7 percentage points. Next, we will discuss OCS's English learner progress. The Every Student Succeeds Act requires each state to provide an annual assessment of English language proficiency to all students identified as English language learners. In the state of North Carolina, the annual assessment is the world-class instructional design and assessment access for ELLs. Under ESSA, EL progress must be measured and reported for all ELs in grades K through 12. As a reminder, EL progress makes up a portion of what counts within the 80% of the school performance grade. As a whole, OCS has continued to make gains from the 2021-2022 school year. A summary of the data shows the following. This is the 3rd consecutive year OCS has made gains. OCS EL progress increased by 6.4 percentage points. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you. And the percentage of students exiting EL status grew 3.3 percentage points. We will now review our college and career readiness data, which consists of our 4-year cohort graduation rate, math course rigor, and ACT work keys. The next slide shows our cohort graduation rate broken down by subgroups. A summary of that data shows the following. The OCS 4-year cohort graduation rate increased by 8 percentage points. Black students increased by 5.4 percentage points to 92.2, which is the highest percentage rate for Black students since 2019-2020. Multiracial students increased by 17 percentage points to 86.8, which is the highest percentage rate for multiracial students since 2016-2017. Hispanic students increased by 8.2 percentage points from 2023-2024 to 2024-2025. Economically disadvantaged students increased by 8 percentage points from 23-24 to 24-25. This is the largest percentage increase for economically disadvantaged students since at least 2013-2014. White students increased by 7.7 percentage points from 23-24 to 24-25. This is the largest percentage increase for white students since at least 2013-2014. Students with disabilities increased by 1.1 percentage points from 2023-24 to 2024-2025. We will now go into lower performing schools. So currently in OCS, the only school that we have that has a state designation of low performing is Central Elementary School. However, it is extremely important to note that Central Elementary's composite grew 4.5 points and the school met growth. So according to the state, they did what they were supposed to do. Those are 2 data points that are worth celebrating for Central Elementary. We will now go into our celebrations. So we can go to the next slide. So our schools that moved out of low-performing status, A.L. Stanback Middle School with a school letter grade of C, and Eflin Cheeks Global Elementary School with a school letter grade of C. Next slide, schools changing letter grades. So A.L. Stanback Middle School is now a C. Eflin Cheeks Global Elementary School is now a school letter grade of C as well. Pathways Elementary School has gone from a C to a B, and River Park Elementary has gone from a C to a B as well. You can see a list here of our schools that met growth: Central Elementary School, Eflin Cheeks Global Elementary, Grady Brown, Gravelly Hill Middle, and Hillsborough Elementary. Schools exceeding growth: A.L. Stanback Middle School, Cedar Ridge High School, New Hope Elementary, Orange Middle, Orange High, Pathways Elementary, and River Park Elementary. Highest EVOS growth index in OCS, New Hope Elementary with an EVOS growth index of 8.48. Cedar Ridge High School with an EVOS growth index of 6.54, Pathways Elementary 4.91, and A.L. Stanback Middle School 4.55. Highest composite growth in OCS, Pathways Elementary School with a composite growth of 17 points. Eflin Cheeks Global Elementary School, 12 points. A.L. Stanback Middle School, 8 points. And a two-way tie for fourth, Grady Brown Elementary and Orange Middle School, both 6 points. Schools ranked in the top 100 in the state for EVOS growth. So New Hope Elementary School, they are ranked at number 51 for their growth. They're also ranked number 1 for pre-K 5 schools in North Carolina and number 4 in the state for any school that has pre-K. And our North Central region highlights: New Hope Elementary is ranked the number one elementary school, and it's ranked 19th overall. Cedar Ridge High School is ranked 34. Pathways Elementary is ranked 74. A.L. Stanback is ranked 82. And Orange High School is tied for 93. Schools ranked in the top 12% of the state for growth: New Hope Elementary ranked 51. Cedar Ridge High School ranked 108. Pathways Elementary tied for 229. A.L. Stanback Middle School ranked at 268. And Orange High School tied at 304. Before we take questions briefly, I would also just like to say that our results are due to our leadership from the top, our phenomenal principals and their leadership at the school level, our phenomenal teachers and the hard work that they did, but most importantly, our kids. We have amazing kids in Orange County schools, and we could not have done it without them taking in all that our teachers were trying to give them. So it was truly a team effort. So we'll take questions briefly.
Sarah?
Make sure you wave your pom-poms.
I should have brought some.
You should have.
Wow. I mean, it's not a surprise because I've been looking at it, but wow. These results are incredible. This does not happen without without alignment across the district and a tremendous amount of hard work from everybody involved. So just huge kudos to everyone. I will add that the state dashboard that they make publicly available, which if anybody wants to look at, you can go on the DPI website, you can click around. They added this little feature over to the side that has these little arrows that show, have you had like 1 year in a row or 2 years in a row or 3 or 4 of positive progress in your percent proficient by every demographic of student, by every, you can look at all the, and just out of curiosity, I went and I looked at every single school district in the state, and I think we have 4 years of positive growth for every student demographic, I think just about in sort of the composite. And I think that there is one other school district that has 4 years of growth, except for like students with disabilities, there's another school district that's close, but no one else has done that, and it's amazing. I will also say, I really appreciate this great data. Like, I love the long-term view on some of these things. So thank you for that. I do think we need to obviously continue working towards the graduation rate improvements, English learner progress, students with disability. You all know those things. I'm glad and know that we will continue to focus on continuing to grow. And then the one sort of question thing I'm thinking about is obviously Math 1 is an area where we still need some strong improvement. I also know that the students who took Math 1 in 8th grade, like over 95% of them were proficient, and I know that they don't get counted in that Math 1 reporting, right? And so what percentage do you happen to know? Like, what percentage of kids are taking it in 8th grade, and so they're not counting? This isn't to like discount like that we don't need to work on it, we need to work on it, but like, I do wonder if you added all those kids back in, if it would be like a more similar passing rate to like Math 3, for example. Do you happen to know how many kids take it early in 8th grade?
So I do know the number of students that take it by middle school, but I've never done the math to actually see, like you were saying, if we added them back in. So I could get you that information, but I can't tell you, like specifically like what that percentage would be out of our total 8th grade students.
I think it would be helpful just to be aware of, like, we need to work on Math 1, and, we have a new curriculum, and that's exciting. I also bet if you just looked at a cohort of kids and added together the kids who took it in 8th grade and the kids who took it in 9th grade or in high school, like, it might be a more similar percent of kids proficient than the way the state reports it. And it would just be helpful to know that.
So just to get a sense of an overall pass rate?
Yeah, just to know, like, obviously the percentage passing Math 1 in high school is way too low, and we need to do something about that. But if you look at, but it makes it seem like there's a weird drop in Math 1, and then like all of a sudden they're all proficient in Math 3 or something, but it's actually, you're just counting different kids. Like, so a bunch of kids you're not counting in that Math 1.
Yeah,
Does that make
and-
sense?
Yes, it does make sense. And to your point, Ms. Smiley, I remember when students took, 8th grade students took Math 1, they also had to take the 8th grade math test as well. And so when the state did away with that, we saw a huge drop in 8th grade math scores because those students weren't counted there. And it is fair for them not to have to take 2 assessments, but again, it highlights the work that we still have to do around our 8th grade math. But Math 1 is a high school course taken in middle school when they take it, but it still only counts for the middle school scores, not the high school scores. So the overall picture of how our students are performing in Math 1, when we just report out the 9th grade or 9th through 12th Math 1, it is a bit skewed. It's not really telling the story of how proficient our students are who take Math 1. So we can take a look at some of that, but yes, still a lot of work to do in that area, and I'm excited for the new math curriculum and the work we're going to do in math overall, but particularly looking at Math 1.
Ann?
Just a big shout out to everyone who worked on this and has put in the time, the effort. And I want to tell you a story that I heard that one of the parents was telling somebody that I know that said, and this took place at New Hope, that the child came in, sat down with one of you all, one of the team, and went through all of their testing data and went through everything that they needed to work on and talked about, really had a conversation with a child that had never had that before. And the parent was mightily impressed. And I just wanted to share that with you all because I think that's the building the relationships, and that is what helps students excel, is they know somebody cares, and they know that somebody can sit down and have a conversation with them and talk with them about what they're doing and how they're doing it. And so I wanted you to know that, and wanted you to know that that is something very positive that I see and I think is great. And I know as a principal, there were kids that I would pull in and say, look, this is where you are, this is where you need to be. And for a lot of kids, they've never had that before. So keep up the good work, and thank you for everything that you've done. And we're looking forward to seeing even greater things, so.
Just real quickly, congratulations, and I'm so excited for all of our students and all of our schools, and I appreciate how many different ways you are presenting the data, because it takes all those different ways to see like the caveats, and thank you for sharing about the one, the cohort, that although it's showing a little bit of a dip there, that the cohort is growing, and I'm thinking about where were those kids, with COVID, how were they impacted there? So I know our leaders are having to look at this data in a robust way so that we can be systematic in what we put in district-wide. And I am also excited about, the math curriculum changes and what we'll be able to follow and improve. So thank you very much.
Bonnie?
Yeah, great work. Thank you for recognizing our incredible kids. And, so yes, I think we always knew that, but it took a great school system with great teachers and a great leadership team to prove that they're as good as we always believe they are. So thank you so much for that. I have just a question, and it's really, I look at the Spanish kids, the Hispanic numbers, and one of the things that I notice is and this has been a consistent pattern in our elementary schools, these kids are like unbelievable. I think Pathways saw a 20-point jump in scores for their Hispanic students. That's like really a big jump. And it's consistent. Most of our elementary schools showed that pattern. Our middle schools showed kind of a more moderate, a couple of point gain. But our high schools did not, really are not showing that improvement. And the reason I raise this is our teachers have said to me, and again, I'm just a board member, but the teachers have said, the kids come in, not the kids that are coming up from our elementary schools, but the kids that are coming in from the outside, and they're not prepared for this. They're not prepared for our schools, for what we have to offer. And we've never offered or talked about offering a newcomer program. I think there's a little bit of work going on with sheltered classrooms that's showing some results. So the essence of my question is there a structural improvement that we should make like that would really help our middle and especially our high school students to get more out of them? So it's just a question.
Thank you for asking that, Ms. Hauser. And at this time, we're not considering that. I think we know and we see that when we focus on good quality instruction and making sure that we look at individual students, provide support where they need it, that we're able to see that growth. Now, are we perfect? We're not. But as principals begin to work with us and work with their teams on diving a lot deeper into this data and making the adjustments, I think we'll see some of those improvements come about. But no, we're not considering a newcomer program at this time. I think there are a lot of supports that we can put in place, and with some of the skills that need to be developed as far as listening, reading, speaking and writing, that we can serve those students within the regular classroom. And I think we're just working on getting better at that and equipping our teachers to do that. So that's where we are. And I think some of the support for families that we can offer as well to bridge some of those gaps, because I think Ms. Purcell brought a good point in that it takes all of us to be able to support students. And it's regardless of where your background or your abilities coming in, we can show growth. Students can show growth with the right support. And then one thing I just wanted to mention while I'm speaking is just how thankful I am for the team that we have. We talk constantly, and while we're reporting a lot of numbers tonight, this is not about the numbers. And you've said it, and they have said it, that this is really about our students and making sure that they have access to opportunities as they learn and grow, and that they can think beyond what's the diploma, I think was the tagline, right? Thinking beyond that, because we want to make sure that we're pouring into them, and if their families are pouring into them at the same time, and we come together, that they can see some success. It may look different for different students. They're going to be able to say what success looks like for them, but we're here to make sure that they know what all is available to them. So I went off a little bit, but as far as a newcomer program, no. Some things like a sheltered class, we are trying some of that to see how that works. Right. But at the same time, I feel like we can equip our teachers to support the needs of our students.
I just want to say thank you for all the work, for putting this data together, but I'm so happy to see that change is gradual. And so we see it that we're moving in that direction where our district is becoming stronger, our students are doing well, and everybody seems to be happy, and it shows by the performance that we have. So thank you.
I just want to say congratulations to everyone. I am super excited to see what our district is going to look like in the future. Dr. Jones, you just hit right on exactly what I've been thinking before everybody else started talking. But you know, we thank the students, but it's a village. You know, Orange County Schools is a village, so it takes your job, the team, the staff, the students, the families, the guardians, everybody in this entire community. It takes all of us coming together on one accord and getting it done. So I applaud everyone for the work that you've done and the accomplishments that we see tonight. So thank you.
I won't echo all of the stuff, but I just wanted to highlight, some of the things around this data, because I do believe it's a district celebration of our students at the end of the day. We did have some financial challenges. So we have our excellent team in finance at the district office. Let's not forget HR. If we didn't have the right teachers with the right supports and looking at our benefits and what we need, we can't do what's needed to do. We have mentioned earlier all of the bus drivers, the mechanics, the routing, making sure we have a plan that gets all of our students where they need to be. Food insecurity, making sure we have the food, making sure who's needing it, our social workers, everybody that's involved with it. Not to mention our family support, our family liaisons, our Family Academy we just had. Mr. Shruti and Dr. Lanier, just excellent work in making sure we're covering everything that needs to be done to support our families. I just can't emphasize enough, it's everyone in the district. There's not a single area that's not needed to show this success. And I just wanted to thank each and every one. And when we go to the commissioners this week, I'm going to send ahead the data that we just covered and remind them that we need to compensate our teachers appropriately, not just our classified, but also our certified staff as well, because everyone matters in our community and it's a group effort. So thank you all. All right. Last on our agenda tonight, our Ombuds first quarter update for 2025.
All right. Last but certainly not least, it's a hard act to follow. Just I feel very honored and privileged to work in a school system like this. Franklin McCune, your employee Ombuds, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, members of the board, Dr. Jones, members of the public. Tonight I'm going to bring to you a very robust report from the Ombuds office. And I don't have enough data to prove trends. I don't have enough information to present to you all tonight because numbers are low. So per policy, this is part of the reporting structure I need to bring. Each quarter I will bring reports and trends. But as of this time, there are no trends to report. There are no data to receive. Now, does that mean I have received no calls? No. I still receive calls, but it has not risen to the level of the trends and reports to bring to the floor at this time. So I'll turn it over. Any questions for me?
Sarah?
I just have one thought, which is, when we were first sort of creating this role and the policy, I think we talked about the quarterly reporting and we had, I think, a question about is that the right cadence to come to the board? And this does make me wonder if it should be more of like a twice a year thing. So I know that's in the policy, but just maybe wanted to throw that out in terms of sort of the volume.
I can speak on behalf of my colleagues in the state and around the local area. Most of my colleagues are actually annual reporters. Mm-hmm. Now, not all of them have the same kind of reporting structure that I do, whether it's we move to twice a year or annually, but for the most part, most of my colleagues in the K-12 space do report annually.
That's what I've heard, and so I knew that the quarterly was like more than typical, so just wanted to present that as something to consider. Maybe we want to look at doing this twice a year instead, so that you can have sort of a more robust trend.
That's a great suggestion. Good idea. Any other comments? Thank you, Mr. McEwen, for all your work. We really appreciate it.
Most welcome.
All right. Board, we are at the end of our agenda. We do not need to go into a second closed session, so I am recommending that we go to adjourn. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? We are now adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good night.